Alright, perhaps we are audible. Oh, but we are still missing one key ingredient. So if you will excuse me for 30 more seconds, please. And hello, let's try this again. Alright, so it seems that our microphone is working. You, the old followers of this channel, may have noticed that our very informative box of text has been adjusted in such a fashion that we no longer have any mention about ever having any sort of microphone issues. But old habits die slow or last, or so. So it felt prudent to verify whether that is actually the case. But please do let me know if you have any issues, or if I'm having issues. In either case, shared issues are the basis of a modern social media platform, so it's a very good approach to have in life. As per billions of people can confirm. Yes. Just a second, because we just a while ago, when I still had my assistant nearby to remind me about the lack of this now what's the word for that? Second, a lack of monitoring capabilities. We also almost had a cat cam. Now we don't have one, but let's see how the evening goes. Perhaps later on we will have a chance for that feature, or handsome visitor joining our stream as well. But hello everyone, and thanks for tuning in for this rather special and quick, remains to be seen, but that was the plan, stream, where we will start by checking our very good friends, Zura's. Now I'm just doing this very professional shout out messaging thing now for all of you, like multiple people around. If you haven't yet had a chance to check out Zura's work, now you will have been encouraged to do so. Since just today, a few hours ago, he very friendly and also in a nice surprise. Story about surprises, but I'll share that later on. But just remind me if I don't, because it tells a plenty of good things about me and Age of Empires as a game, and also this story also touches upon this Zura's message. So he messaged me that he had tried to come down with a build order for Arena and for Ethiopians. That's the specialty of his, I've come to know. Which might allow people to do very fast and efficient, comparatively fast, but still as fast as possible by the knowledge we have at this stage, siege tower and perhaps archer rush. Now I haven't watched this, so instead of doing what ordinary people might do and pet their cats and enjoy the life, read books or something, I decided that this is the way I want to spend the next minutes of my life, and also I'd like to share it with all of you, people present and people of the future who might be present watching this later on. Now you may remember that Zura also has given very easy build order hints in the past. We have not quite gotten them down yet, but what we are trying to do here is we are trying to make mental notes so that next time we are facing any opponent on Arena, we might have something more going for us than we have had in the past. That was the short introduction, since we are quite in a hurry. But thanks for listening. So, slow motion starts. And this is also the first time I'm spectating, in a sense. So we have 2 houses. Oh, but here's a curious thing. I've been thinking that people usually start by doing one house with 2 villagers and the second house with 1. But do you actually need more than 1 house? Because the way of thinking I'm having here is, can you build the first house with 2 villagers and then second house right next to that with a single one, and then order her, in this case, right to right under the TC to gather food from the sheep, and also once the first house is down, can you then relieve one of these villagers from their heavy duty of building houses and order them to collect food? Could that save you seconds? Because this is something that people always do, so there's probably a very good reason for that. But I've been just thinking that since seconds count, is there something wrong with that approach of doing 2 houses right next to each other? We might try that if we have plenty of more pressing issues in our play, but we will have to cut corners wherever possible so that we can waste the ball under the TC later on. And I'm really happy to see that Zura is pushing the deer right away instead of trying to... No, but he didn't. Because the way I've been thinking about this is that you don't necessarily need to eat more than 1 herdable and then move to deer, but perhaps that's what they were able to do. That... What? Tex is still in the front? Well, this has been a very long day. Any better? Thank you, Zura, for writing that very important piece of feedback. So, who am I to comment on anyone's doings when we are having quality plays such as these. Right, but thank you very much. That was very timely. We are still in the introduction phase. Nothing important has happened besides the fact that we are trying to count all the sheep. That's very important. We have 3 sheep, yes. We have 3 cows. So does that mean that 2 have been eaten already? Perhaps. And then the deer. Okay, well. And it's going to be like seconds game. Okay, so what have we here? 6 collecting food. Then there's this lumber camp builder, the 7th, and 8th builds a house. Scout is doing heavy work as always. That's not always the case on arena, but for the first minutes, why not? And then we also have a 4th house, because you are going to need that, and we don't need the wood, so we might as well just spend the early seconds doing that. At least we don't get housed by doing so, so makes sense. A perfect deer push. Yes, now I'm thinking, how many recordings did you create just to be able to send this where the execution is perfect? We are still missing a deer, but we have more urgent things to attend to. Let's see, 7 on food, 5 on wood. So the 8th wood villager and the 12th in general pulls in the boar. Very nice. Zura, you can try to guess, or I could just tell you. If this is about how many recordings, then I'll watch some more minutes, and then if I don't forget, I'll make a very educated guess. Now I'm leaning towards 2, 3, perhaps because this boar. Splendid. But let's see. Could also be 10. But this goes to show that even though you are friends with people, you don't necessarily know them too well. Like there's so many things I don't know. But I have a hunch, so I'm going to carry on with that. Run with the hunch. Okay, but what do we have here? Now we have 8 on food, yes, under the TC, yes. We still have 5 on wood, and the mill, and a plenty of wood. All right. Now this is of course very important for the first minutes are important to get right in build orders in general, and once you get the percent or in the percentage wise important tasks down properly. Micro it is, yes, nice. Then there's more leeway, because once you have dozens of villagers, it doesn't matter too much if you have some idle time here or there. Like, sort of course it matters, but Zura, so your guess was correct. Impressive. Now my secret was throwing multiple numbers, so long it's a numbers game. So if anyone wants to get to the level I'm at, then whenever asked to guess something, just shout out numbers as fast as you can. 2, 3, 5, 20, a dozen perhaps, or 10. Thank you for the compliment. Yes. So we have a mill. We have 5 people there gathering berries. And we have added ninth or ninth one for the food under the TC as well. And now 2 on gold. We are at around 8 minutes mark. 5:42. Okay. Meanwhile, the scout has discovered enemy walls. Very good. So not only should one know their enemy, but it's also very important to know where your enemy's at. If you ever plan on invading them. And then the peculiar balancing happens, and we have only 6 people under the town center, and we move 8 to wood. Okay, 6 and still 5 on berries, right? Okay. Very nice. Mining camp, not lumber camp. Well, sometimes I place my lumber camp this nicely right next to gold piles, so it's a matter of choosing the right building at this stage. We have a house, so we are, yes, in time with that, and then we have a barracks, because later on we will probably use the archer range as a second castle age building, and in that case Khmer could save some wood because they don't need the prerequisite buildings before that. Thinking aloud. So we could skip barracks on that case. Don't know if that's still good enough in comparison to the Ethiopians. 100 wood and food bonus. Was it like that? 2 seconds, 400, 400. 400, 500, so 100 gold, 100 food. Food, sorry. Yes, okay. This is the right way to check anything. So even though there are Wikipedia sort of sites around the internet for game related information, and you have this tech tree built in the game, the right way to verify any information such as this is to watch really carefully the play comments, just so you know. Okay, Zura, click up to feudal disorder. 6 on sheep / deer, then 5 on food because we will need a lot of it, yes. Then add 2 on the town center, then 5 to berries, but we will add 9th villager on the town center by sending last one from town center to get second boar. Yes. Then last 3 villagers on gold and then loom. When loom comes up, send 3 from under TC to wood line, build houses and barracks. Makes sense. So, but do we need loom to begin with? We will see how many villagers would die without loom. But of course it's like if you have nothing to do, then it's probably better to do loom. But you can already tell that I'm not a pro caster since I missed so many small things while trying to count the sheep without falling asleep myself. Zura, loom is optional, but in this video specifically it was unnecessary, right? So something like if any viewers there want to try to improve on this, now you have multiple ways for trying at least. And Zura, in other 2 tries, wolf attacked my will. It was still fine, but don't know. Maybe enemy scout will find will. Yes, and it would severely set back your plan if not only is the villager scouted, so they know that something's up, and then secondly, if it's attacked by a scout, then there's you will need some really nice quick walling attempts to be able to protect the villager and also to be able to build the buildings that you need. So makes sense, the loom. I'll allow that. Being this perhaps a bit wasteful with my resource management every now and then, it's quite alright to spend some for security. And Zura. Then it would have been horrible to lose a forward will. Depending on map, you should send will forward as early as when you are 25% towards feudal age. Right. Right, yeah, and now we are almost at feudal age. And Zura, but if their walls are close, 35 or 40% should work out as well. Well, right away, one might get the idea that you have given this some thought. Like, perhaps. Just perhaps. But Zura, once again, in this match, it was too early. Yeah, if the villager is just idling there, then what to do? But also, one mind gameish thing, don't know if it actually applies, because I tend to play this. I make these things more complicated than necessary. But what I tried to do was utilize the long, the like non-shortest path or non-shortest side, so that if my enemy happens to locate my walls, if they do early scouting, as people generally do, at your level especially, they do verify where the relics are, then they may not check the map again before it's too late. But the shortest path is probably something that they might at least prioritize. That was my thought process, but I don't know if people do it like that. And Zura, yeah, I thought about that as well. In real game, I would have definitely done that, and that would adjust the maybe that would require some adjustments for the timings as well. But okay, very good points in any case. And the problem, of course, is that if you would need archers home, which is something that happened, or skirmishers at home, due to, for example, Twrch's fast imp or something, or janissaries from their castles, then having the archer range on the other side of the map is presumably not too good for defensive purposes. So then it's again extra wood cost. And does it matter if you build your archer range here outside the visibility of the opponent's scout, and then walk the archers from there? Depends, of course, how active they are with the scouts. If they haven't lost it already, very unlikely that people at higher levels lost their scout, but of course things happen, and then the surprise moment is relies on the fact that the archer ranges haven't been scouted, because once you see these, you might want to add this second layer of walls if you aren't preparing to build an army soon enough in any case. But okay, let's see. I may have already like 5 seconds game time and 15 minutes of rambling, and I lost my thought about the things we were supposed to do, because now we have 5 people on the town center, we have 5 on berries, soon running out of those, something that rarely happens in my games. Then 5 on gold. I know I could also check the numbers here on top, but this is what people tended to do before capture age, so I've learned from the best of my time. 8 on wood. Ooh, and this is Ethiopian thing, double archer range. Do you need that? You said you are going to need a lot of wood, and you were probably right, because so what I'm expecting now is that we are not having just 5 archers harassing the eco, but we will have a constant stream of huge masses of archers actually making a dent and finishing the game right there, which is probably something that would make sense. Or this is just a show of showing how much wood you can gather if you really put your mind to it. And then we have the blacksmith as a second building. And if you have been watching really closely, then you did notice that we were up to Castle Age. Perhaps Zura mostly his work, but we in this case clicked to Castle Age very quickly after reaching the feudal one. So this is a solid build, despite the fact that this has been adjusted to support this archery play. Alright, we have 3 archers in queue. Okay, so yeah, might make sense to have 2 archer ranges so you can get the masses, because we will want to get the crossbow upgrade. Perhaps thumb ring if there's enough resources, we shall see. So this is very exciting. Oh, and if I'm just saying this aloud, just in case, because I still get these messages telling me that I'm not, or that we will have to reconnect for the chat and all that. So if I'm not reading your message aloud, then please just type it again or copy paste or do your magic, so that I first and foremost won't lose any information, but also the people who can't read because they don't know how to read, for example, don't miss the information either. Yes. Okay, so it's just pausing since I was busy doing this very important mention about the chat reading capabilities that I have or lack. But now, okay, so the berries are expired, or berries expired, and then the people are added to gold, so we will have 10 in total there, and 11 on wood, 1000 there already, 9 archers or 8 archers and 1 still in the queue. And what happens now? Siege workshop, a great addition. And Zura, in castle we get 2 extra wheels, which we immediately send to gold. Once sheep and the TC run out, 3 will make farms, 2 on straggle trees. Hold on. Just small adjustments. By the way, in previous message I said in castle, I meant in feudal. So do Ethiopians get 2 villagers per town center per each age change? Was that? I'm referring my memory, which is the internet. Alright, but during the feudal age, when we create 2 extra, right? Ah, yes, we get not that, that's Hindustanis or something, the civilization that gets the bonus. Right. So Zura, no, that's a different civilization. Ethiopians gets 100 golden food. Yes, I was thinking that it slowly starts to sound like a really strong combination of bonuses that are related to age changes. And Zura, by 2 extra wheels, I meant you train them before clicking up to castle. and by that you can deduce that the time in feudal age lasts about a minute or so. Right. Ah, how very glad I am that the chat connection works at least a bit, because there are some confusion that mostly stems from me, my personality, and my skillfulness, resourcefulness, and sometimes the lack of both. Okay, but this is a nice looking army, and luckily the opponent hasn't done any extra layers as some people do, but the artificial intelligence plays it fair. Just like they say in. Ooh, one important point. Okay, thank you for copy pasting. Now I wonder how many messages, because I've thought that perhaps there has been like a message or two that I've lost, but then again it also makes sense that if this constantly has been giving me these messages that let's try to reconnect your chat, that because even now I've managed to miss a message, and perhaps I've been more rude than I intended to in the past. Of course, now these days I'm a totally different person, but in my youth those weren't the times. Okay, so Zura, you missed this message earlier, so I'll copy paste as you asked. One important point: if map has 3 deer, you will have to idle town center a bit for 800 food. If map spawns with 4 deer, then it's easy. Huh. That's a good tidbit, because I didn't realize that arena has variety on the deer number. That's the spice of the game. And also, Zura, you rarely miss messages. I always repeat if they were necessary. Oh, that's like that's teamwork. It's too bad that we are sworn opponents, but we could have been a good team. And Zura, in this map it spawned 4, but I wanted to showcase what to do if you only have. So that's the reason. So you wanted to showcase what to do if you had only 3 deer, so that me and the others who might not be too familiar with the civilization and the build order might get to see the worst case scenario, and then if we happen to get 4 deers as you did in this third attempt, then we will be happy and rejoice with the extra food that we are granted. Alright, well, everything makes sense. So that's like I have very little list of things to improve with then, because everything's done on purpose. We have then, and now this, like, you couldn't ask for much more efficient gold mine generation either. Like, this tile could be here, why not? But yes, so well played. And it only took what, 3 tries, so you are very quickly approaching the pro level, getting these viperish kind of map generations to suit exactly the play that you need, not to take away anything away from your skill level and all. Well, perhaps that's not very relevant thing to say after comparing someone to the Viper. Okay, so what's going on now? 13 on wood, 3 on food, because we really okay, but this is also very all-in greedy play, because we are trying to produce archers and get to the siege tower that we have now. And this initial super action, very quick. Okay, well the AI also had a very nice gold pass, so that's good for them. So this is how it went in my dreams. And then like 15 seconds later the opponent calls GG, and that's like the arena mastered in one of these days. But let's see how that plays out. Okay, and we have university, yes, because we were banking wood for that and also to get ballistics, so that would make sense, because villagers that run are not very easy to catch with arrows if you don't take any ballistics into account. And also the fast enough uptime now, the AI of course gives us some some leeway as well, playing this in a naive approach, not house walling these or anything, but still, even if no villagers were killed, now we have only killed one, but this is still a very nasty situation to find yourself in, especially if you only reach the castle aids when the archers are already in your base, which is something that might happen if I ever play against a person who doesn't follow the build orders. So, let's see. Okay, just verifying that I'm not missing anything of importance, right? And now we have ballistics on the way, but this is very tight build, as you can tell. That you need to idle TC for a while to be able to afford the ballistics. And now the thing I'm wondering here, do you need 10 archers? Like, do you need the double archer range? Now that's of course very standard thing to do. I've understood for Ethiopians, but if you only have one archer range and then you produce as many as you can and then upgrade to do the upgrades after you reach the castle age, and then carry on pumping archers from that single archer range, could you then do something? But then again, having this mass of archers, like now we have two groups that are enough to kill villagers, either one-shotting or two-shotting, and like my attempt would probably be like more like this, that we managed to somehow have get 3 or 4 archers close to the town center, perhaps losing one to a scout and the second one to the town center fire, and then the potential for damage is still there, but it may not be too stressful for our opponent. And now if we only trickle archer here and there, they might be able to prevent that from happening, or it's just using their villages or something. So it might make sense to try to make more of a push with double archer range production, even if they are then idled for some time. But let's see. Zura, few things to consider if you were to go only for one archer range. And then there's a cliffhanger. While you have more wood, you won't have as many archers, especially when you need to upgrade them in Castle Age. Then, what if opponent doesn't surrender fast enough? Yes, that's my problem with almost every game. When I get the idea of having, like, I got the feeling that now I have the slight edge, the opponent should resign right away, because otherwise there's a chance that we lose. Okay, so Zura. So then, what if the opponent doesn't surrender fast enough? What if they fight back with skirms and wipe out 5 to 6 archers you have? Yes. Now, that of course depends on the play that they have had in mind. Like if they don't have barracks, building that and then building the archer range or 2 and producing skirmishers takes extra minutes. But still, like it's very well possible that if, for example, I manage to get 5 or so archers in their base, the build out the city plan that they have prevents me from doing too much damage. So like in this case, just few houses here would prevent and here would prevent the archers from moving further, and then the eco would be safe here. And perhaps with good micro, someone might be able to sneak like 2 groups of archers going from different sides around the town center could be able to squeeze past the arrow fires so that they would still be lethal on the other side. Whereas if I only have a handful of archers, then there's very little chance that like forcing them out from their main goal might be the only reward that I'm getting. So it might make sense that having the numbers might be very important for multiple reasons. For killing the opponents if they are already planning on adding army or have prepared like just scouts for the relic fights. So that's they have a counter unit in place, at least a soft counter unit without upgrades, but still. And then having 10 archers is way better than having just a few, especially since this is still a huge investment. We are not adding town centers because we are building all these military buildings, and if our opponent just is first castle age and plants few town centers here and there, then the archers can do very little, and the catapults or on mangonels or siege rams or just rams, battering rams will spend minutes getting through the gate. Even if you get the presence in their base, it's still going to take time before you can actually push with anything else but just archers. So makes sense. Zura, in this recording, so what if the opponent fights back was the last statement. And Zura, in this recording it didn't happen of course, but surprisingly I played another one just earlier as you were prepping to stream, and opponent had 2 archer ranges and skirms already made. I was happy to have 10 to 12 archers to fight them off with and back them up even more should it get more intense. So how did that go? Then you played the other one. Like, that is very good, that not only you are making a solid argument for having 2 archer ranges so that you can fight if enemy has, because they might, all they have to do is scout the archer range, and then they might expect that, okay, well, Ethiopians making archers, so instead of building just scouts or spearmen to fight for the relics, they might not expect the siege tower play, but they might think that you are trying to build up enough archers to fight for the relics and keep the monks away from those. And then it, like, only the small vision of archer range being built might be enough a reason for them to switch their plan to skirmishers. And then even if we happen to surprise them with the siege tower, the skirmishers are already there, or at least they have the capability that we are going to need skirmishers in the castle age. because knights will be converted by the monks. So skirmishers to fight their archers, and then monks will be free to collect the relics. And then if you only push them with a handful of archers, then it's going to be a really lame fight. Like surprise, and then it's a counter surprise right away. So yeah, it makes sense that you prepare to fight the counter unit once you enter. And don't just naively think that your opponent is playing this spreadsheet build type of play where you only go to do the minimum to get to castle age, then plant 2000ers, start your boom approach monastery or two, and then start thinking about relics. Or well, it varies, and you can tell that I don't know guild list that well for arena, but still it's especially at Zura's level, since it's at least 1.5 times better than me, people are able to adjust their plays. So just seeing archers, the possibility that opponent goes for archers could be a solid enough reason to invest 500 resources for barracks and archer range, because they're going to need barracks in any case to get additional scouts later on, and to get spearmen if they want to fight the scouts in such a fashion. And here we can tell that the AI didn't have a solid reaction to this, be it adding few town centers, for example, siege workshop on the back and all. But this is really curious. I'm like not curious in a bad way, but inspiring play to see in action. Even if this was against AI and just like trying to find the ways to make it work, to be suitable at any level, since we haven't been able to pull it off at 1k elo, so so it's just a dream for us. And there's the GG with a very similar explanation or excuse that we could use as well. So how come that a single military unit wasn't enough? Is there something I am missing? Yep, still nodding to the fact that the opponent might have archer ranges, especially if they're like Twrch playing for gunpowder fast imp. And there are other valid reasons to have archer ranges, even if you haven't scouted these. Okay, but this is like interesting. Because now I'm also thinking that do we need to have these forward archer ranges if we only try to produce the 10 initial archers during the on our way to castle age? Like, do we need to do this risky forward gamble? Perhaps we could send few villagers to build the siege workshop, like as we roam across the map. But then the problem is that if they are scouting your walls, then we need to have this forward, so it seems that you are doing nothing or trying to play it fast. So sound is no. Okay. Excuse me. Just short adjustment is required. dun. Okay. Better, perhaps. Let's verify. Huh. All right. So now, yes. Okay, I was about to type, but now I don't have to, since people might be able to hear again. So did the sound just cut, or did it move, or did it become this scratch distorted, annoying to listen to sort of variant that we have witnessed in the past? Because after I tried to fix that, we lost the audio completely, which is not ideal, to say the least. So it's just curious whether we had a different sort of problem, or the old fashioned that we have witnessed in the past. But please do let me know if you happen to have a chance to go through the pain of listening problematic audio and recollect your memories about the occasion. But don't worry if you don't, because I will have a chance to check the recording and learn in the nearest future. Learn that in the nearest future. All right. Hello. We have a cat visitor. Not cam cat. Perhaps in the future. And all right, just a quick recap of all the things we have learned. So we should have reading Zura's comments now from the past. So click up to feudal. This is order. 6 on sheep/deer, then 5 on wood, because we will need a lot of it. Then add 2 under town center, so 8 on food in total, then 5 on berries, but we will need to add 9th villager under town center by sending last one from town center to get the second boar, then last 3 wheels on coal, and then loom. When loom comes up, send 3 from under town center to wood line, build house and barracks, while loom is optional. Okay. It's not very likely that I'm going to be able to memorize all of this, but at least we could try to make it work. And now here's also a vital thing to notice that I missed earlier. So we have invested to these attack and range upgrades, fletching and podkin arrow, but no armors. Perhaps if there was some opposition in form of skirmishes or so, then perhaps, but that saves a couple of hundred of food and some gold too. Not doing the armor upgrades. Just have to be careful around town centers, for example. And it's still somewhat unlikely that the opponent can afford those with their builds. Like if they are not planning to utilize range units or improve their protections. Perhaps once you see the siege tower approaching, like investing to fletching might make sense, so that any units that hop from that are more easily killed by your defensive structures. But still, we should have an edge, even without the armor upgrades, even against skirmishers. If we just have the range, like +1 range, and well, Ethiopians have these faster shooting archers too, and you just all you need is a good micro to run away from the skirmishers, or run right next to them if there's only 1 or 2, so that they can't shoot you to begin with. But in any case, I'm really happy about this recording that shows that something like this can be pulled off, even if the like precautions that the opponent might make is just having the second layer of walls that you sometimes see people do, perhaps because of a sneaky plays like this, but still it's nice to see that there's a way to make it efficient and perhaps even a workable way of playing the game, at least to a certain point, and with some civilizations. Now Ethiopians is well suited for this. Khmer might be, because you don't need the barracks, so you can save some initial wood earlier by skipping that. But also Ethiopians got this extra food and gold upon reaching the castle age. So, but still, this is very exciting, and to see what sort of how you might go on after a play like this. Like what happens if you notice that your opponent has walls that you can't really touch their eco. So can you still utilize the archers to prevent them from escaping within their walls if they haven't done that already? And can you still auto scout or just scout and verify that their scout or that they don't have any forwards on the map? So could you still utilize these archers in such a fashion that you might get map presence, even if their 3,000ers boom that they might adjust their plan to would give them superior eco at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes? Like, is there a way to make this this investment still worthwhile by collecting the relics and then starting to think about Imperial Age or Castle Drop or something? Okay. Thank you very much for seeing through all this trouble of trying to think how this might be a viable solution, and I'm excited to not only trying to mimic this, but also learning if you ever get a chance to try this out against a real opponent at your level. Now, I understood that the game that you practiced while I was trying to untangle all my cables was against AI as well, so still waiting for the real people experience. But Zura, I think if I pull this off in real game, most opponents will surrender. Yes, I think that if the situation is like this, that you manage to get within the perimeters of the walls, and they haven't prepared for that, then it's probably very easily a GG moment. It's like, okay, well, let's go to the next game where I can pull off my plan. But that also boils down to the fact that you can play with the archers, like not losing them right away to town centers or to the single scout or the first skirmishers that the enemy might pop out. So I'm waiting for recordings of that if I don't happen to catch that on stream, or links to the streams, since I have to admit I haven't watched. Do you even have them on? The recordings? That is like, I'm very good at finding ways for people to improve their gameplay, but also their stream play. So that's one of those very good suggestions. Yes, I'll get there. I'll practice my vocabulary and pronunciation, and you amongst other people might want to practice their Twitch settings. At least there are no videos, at least just right now, if you weren't just very quick to remove those. But very interesting stuff. Zura, I'll go to run. Good luck. Good run. And thanks for sticking by. Let's get back to the topic later on. Enjoy. Bye. And now we will get to the real business, the reason we exist, and we could try to make the similar magic happen by ourselves. Just a moment, I'll try to figure out how everything works. So here we have this really nice. Alright, yes. You can tell right away that it's been a few days. I forgot to check the statistics on the capture rate. Could have found the speed Zura plays with, like APM and all that. But here's the risky thing, that your opponent, especially since the plan requires some idle TC time, depending on the deer and how many farms you can afford and so forth, how well you pull it off. But your opponent is slowly creeping and growing distance in villager numbers. So if the push doesn't land, then there's a risk that you are severely left behind, despite getting over the walls. But we'll see how it works. That's probably not going to be the major reason I'm losing games, but something for others to consider. And now, if you will excuse me for a few minutes, I'll take a very quick break. Not necessarily continue shortly. This stream will not necessarily a very well earned one, but something that we still will do. And then there will be a few games, hopefully on Arena as well. And what we've done is watch and learn from Zura's example. Dun 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 dun. Alright. We'll be back in a few minutes. Take care if you have to leave. It's quite alright. Yes, this is a very good message. Okay, we'll be back in a sec. See ya. And we are back with everything that one could ask for. Meaning decaf coffee, as is fashionable these days, and some water too. Of course, even decaf coffee is very close to water, so don't know if it's worth mentioning. But since even humans are very close, being water, being mostly water, it's probably a quite sensible thing to tell about and list all the things that are not 100% or very close to 100% water. Ooh, but let's see if we are still, first of all, working to the slightest degree. Well, seemed like that. So for some reason, perhaps it's due to the heavy graphics on the main menu, that sometimes our streaming software mentions that things are way too complicated to be processed right now. Could be also due to all the additional processing that happens when the host leaves the building. But I'll see if there's something we can do about that. We don't need the current status window anymore either. Let's just, if you will excuse me for a second, I'll see if there's something that we might try to adjust. All right. But hi all, and nice to have you around. Our plan for the next hour or so is to try to follow the footsteps that Zura granted to us, or shared with us with this arena build. Not that I'm going to be able to fully follow them, and unless we have a chance to play on arena, then we will try to focus on the main points of interest and skills to improve with, such as try to stop and think whether skirmishers might be the play, because we have been misusing or underusing them. Alright, and we also have this cam. Okay, and we should be good to go. MegaRandom it is, and we are Dravidians and facing Khmer. And ooh, let's try this thing now. So you can eat that, that's very good. Oh, but this is MegaRandom. Okay, so we have 2,000. Oh no, we can't. Okay, so 4 scouts. Good luck, have fun. I have never played a 2 TC start, but now is as good time as any. So let's see how things are going here. Very well. You have done wonders, and perhaps we could try to arrange things like this. Okay, so exactly what we wanted after trying to practice the after we tried to make sense of the arena build order that Zura shared with us. Something very non-standard. Let's try to queue from both. Very good. If we have a chance to do so. We probably don't. It's going to be a very difficult game. So we have this one scout who do something like this just to find, just to try to find something. Oh no 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 no. Okay, well, you are clever chaps, but still. Do we need wood at any stage? Might make sense. Okay, at this level where we are at, this is very difficult. Just trying to make sense of even few things. So we still have. Oh no, where's the deer? Here, okay. Thank you for so passionately waiting for us to give you new. Ooh, well, that's not nice. No, 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 no. And what else is going on? Okay. And there's... Oh, we haven't been producing too much lately. You can be the woodcutters, that's very good. And... Right, okay, so I may be missing a thing or two here and there. We have some sheep. We might have also had a few. Oh no. Do we have enough food to just go up perhaps? We need the mill. Where is the perfect location for a mill? There. Okay. Oh, you found yourself a deer. It's very good. And that's done. Good for you. Oh, okay. So we are Dravidians. We as Dravidians, we enjoy some things. We want to go up. Oh, and we can still produce from the other yes, that indeed is the case. Now, despite the starting scouts, we will try to... Oh no? Is it us? Could be. Let's see if we are still somewhat audible or whether this whether we lost. Run. Okay, no, run. Okay, run. We don't have loom, I don't think. Well, oh, but yes, we did do a loom in the beginning. We were very clever in that fashion. We are just worrying that something goes wrong with the streaming thing, since that's our bread and butter. But we don't know too much about the map, so we have this long distance. Okay. Well, yes, we have been perhaps omitting few things here and there. Perhaps more hunters is what we need. Yes. And then we will add some archers. That's a very clever thing to do. And the scouts somehow dare to attack us. Let's create just a few units to protect us against their hordes. You could also try to upgrade some technologies. There's the archer, good for us. We could use some more woodcutters, so off you go to the forests. No? Are we right? Okay, so I very neatly misclicked the shortcut, or wrongly created one to begin with, and that's why we are in such a position as we are. Okay, let's see if there are any walls or anything. Okay, so some gold, okay. Okay, few villages down, but does it matter? Not necessarily. Then again, you could work here too. I could try to send a few. It's here, okay. So HavanaRum might be looking for Castle Age very quickly after all this. Ooh, so there's a scout. So let's run away. Few scouts. Extra dead villager. Not just ordinary dead, but extra dead villager. Few extra units to help us, and then we probably need more food. Right, would make sense. Okay. And once we are done with these, then more archers is the play. We don't need too much gold anymore. Perhaps a market might be nice. Oh no. Oh, that's good micro there. Oh no 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 no! Back off. Oh, you chose the wrong path, but it was still quite alright. It's not really the farm that we were looking for. Okay. And how are things around here? You may have sounded the alarm earlier. No. Okay, and Castle Age it is for us too. And after all that is done, we can probably move you to collect some wood. Let's try to improve that gathering too. So we expect to face a few knights. I don't know if we have reason for that. Khmer, okay, could be some sort of clever elephant play too. Why not? But we could also try to build a few castles with all the villagers that we have. But since they were collecting gold, I don't think it was just solely for getting to the castle age. I may be wrong though. Okay. Ooh, and there's the ballista elephant. Okay. Now to counter that. Oh, we could be producing villagers from the other. Ooh, I forgot about that. Right. We're also lacking a few houses. Well, it might be that we are in a bit of trouble soon. But let's see. It might still be that we are able to overcome the resistance. Let's build that, and then once we get more wood, somehow having a castle on a hill would be nicer, but luckily we have elephant archers, so perhaps that's our play. Why not? And I don't think we actually needed this. What's wrong with the... Like, can't I just click properly? Huh. I don't know. Perhaps I can't. So it will take a while for us to get to the Urumi swordsmen. A few of them. Elephant units regenerate HP. Yes. Let's forget about ordinary archers and focus on these elephant ones instead. Well, our advantage is that we know what they are trying to do, and that is these ballista elephants, and they also had a very defensive castle. It's not like ours is going to be very much better, but let's have it there, for example. We have a huge queue for our villagers. Let's see if that works. Some lag, not liking that too much, but it probably helps us more than them. Oh no, skirmishers, how did they know? My only enemy. Okay, well, we will also take the skirmishers, and then we will try to circumvent their poor units, if possible. Let's create just a few rumies and see if that's enough to throw them back. Is there much gold? No, it doesn't look like there is. Of course, now we show them that we have a castle, but that should still be quite alright. Okay, and that's it. Now what we also have here is a group of elephants, and we can send these harassing units here too. Multiple castles. Okay, so that's what they are doing. So pikemen and... Okay, well then we don't necessarily need the... Oh yeah, okay, so our swordmen got to the position, but sadly weren't able to live for too long. And we were lacking this building, I presume. Okay, but so it seems that we don't have too much gold on the map, based on what I've seen so far. But the thing we could try to do, now that I'm concentrating with all the power vested in me, is to... Perhaps it's because of these small trees that those are hard to click. Okay. And there's also some relics, so it might make sense to try to collect those. But so it seems that our opponent is aiming to have this massive ballista elephant play, and we can't really blame them for doing that, because it's a very cool unit. But the ways we could try to compete with that is, for example, some onagers soon. We'll need to get to the next age though, but okay, and they also grabbed the relic from there. But this is still intact, so perhaps we could try to stop them from taking that one. Hello? Na 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 na. Do 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 do. We need more wood. More castles, it seems. Okay. Well, they are cooking, as we tend to say. Right, ballista elephants can be countered with very clever play. We still have only 85 villagers. I think we should be booming quite heavily, that we aren't really doing. Having all these townsenders to begin with and so forth. But perhaps we will get some other way to get back to the game. Oh, we also had extra sheep. Like, we had sheep. That's very good. We had berries here. We could use gathering spot here. The saving craze is that this is also very difficult for more advanced players than me. So I've seen some of them suffering when they discover that the map is of Budapest type, perhaps. Was that the one where they had this multiple townsenders, so 2 townsenders from the get-go, and it could have taken a pro player few seconds to realize that they have 2 townsenders to play with. Okay, so we lost a very neat scout, but what's going on here? Pikeman rush, okay. Well, that's something that someone like MBL might want to do. That's alright. So perhaps HavanaRum is indeed a pro player. Some skirmishers just to fight the pikemen that we are expecting. Few extra monks. Here we go. How dare they? This is exactly what we did not want to happen. Okay, but the trouble is that they have gotten way more. Oh, we could have saved the villager. I just didn't realize that. Well, thanks for the pikeman. Ooh, but we also want to have a stable just to get some upgrades. And then I'm afraid we have lost our chances to get too many relics. Let's see. Okay, well, Dravidians should be quite alright, but of course I haven't played them too much to actually know. I haven't played any civilizations too much. But things I've learned, we need trebuchets, so that's what we are trying to get. We will need products on buildings, and we will need more products on buildings that we have army numbers. Because one of the troubles we have had in the past has revolved around the fact that we sometimes only have just the same number of units that we have products on buildings. So okay, but few monks were enough to give us some edge in this battle, and then having a few, if not too many. Oh no, that was to be expected. So our opponent is microing really nicely. Let's see what they're doing on the other side of the map. If they are doing anything. Oh. How nice is it to get some additional. Alright, so there's plenty of stone. You could probably utilize that too. To make something happen. We need more food. And then some upgrades might be nice. So it's going to be what? A paladin and ballista elephant play. Alright. Okay, so all we need is superior units of our own, and then this should be a game. But things are looking quite bad at the moment, if I'm honest, since we don't have too many things going our way. Our opponent has been able to boom quite neatly, whereas we could also create elephants such as these. Yes, it's very clever. And now by chance we were able to get or keep the castle alive, perhaps. few villages here to refer to. No. And let's see if our swordman is enough to keep this thing up and running for any and the scouts, okay. Ooh, so they have invested to quite a few technologies already, since their units happened to die instantly after being converted, or that's what I thought. Okay, so we lost the castle before we got to any text that we actually wanted. To the rescue. So what we could try to invest to is barracks, for example. Get some quality units to stop their push, and then utilize the quality units that we have. Let's see if this is actually doable, since we have some resources, as you may be able to tell, but we aren't really utilizing them too well. So there is a chance that we are just pushed without being able to really compete in this game. The messiness is something that takes a while for me to really overcome, because like I think this game shouldn't, or this game didn't have to be too complicated. Just use the fast imp possibilities that those town centers granted us, and then double ballistas and all. It's very clever. And then get to the best unit that you can make, or the most interesting one, whatever suits you. I don't think we have done too good of a job at anything, but we can try to take this extra minute or two that we have at our disposal to try to prepare for our next game. Because we could create like a gazillion of halberdier if only we had a few people collecting gold, for example. But we don't have that luxury anymore. But it's going to be exciting to see how they played this. Like, what did they do? Because with the scouting, now that there's auto scouting option for all of the scouts, it might have made sense to just send a couple of the scouts to do auto scouting. And then perhaps try to utilize the little actions that we had at our disposal to make the eco run in any fashion. Now this is just wasting time, but we will not be doing too much of this in the future games, but as beginners we allow ourselves this. For now, but there's quite heavy difference in scores and also GG, well played. Thanks. You can resign already, and for once it works. But thanks HavanaRum for withstanding the push that we had. But you can probably tell that they have played a few rounds, multiple castles, dozens of farms, and all that. And this is the first time we were asked to resign. So, first time for everything, as they say. I don't think there was much to learn from the game after the first minutes. They probably had a clue how they wanted to play the game. Like 170 villagers is something that very seldom happens. But let's see, what did they do? So a few houses here, and then it takes a while. There's a loom. Additional 3 houses. This is like when you don't know what to do, you can always build a house. Like pro play. I don't even meanwhile we have few people gathering food, so that's very good start. Then there are a few scouts looking for sheep. They even discovered all of their sheep, perhaps here and there, yes. Whereas we still have a few rather close to our town center. So also trying to keep count of your resources is very difficult. Could be that I'm just lacking the brain muscle right now to do such a math. But like perhaps in times like this, it would be. Hold on. Oops. Well, some quality issues. Perhaps now it's a bit better. The thing you have lost so far is nothing. So perhaps I'm lacking the brain power to actually do a proper stream, since all the scene changes are so difficult to pull off. But the start is probably quite similar in a sense. Now there are a few villagers ahead, so they knew how to queue in 2 town centers at the same time. Good for them. And they have already scouted not quite half the map, but still we have also done very good job, but perhaps it would have made sense to also utilize this scout to make a few rounds around the starting town center, so that we would know that there are sheep, for example, here. It probably shouldn't. It wouldn't hurt, and it shouldn't be too hard. Now we never got the scout kill, and they found these. Yeah, right. Okay, so they stole 3 sheep. So there was lambing. No wonder we lost. Not a very nice thing to do. And then we almost got those by accident. But this was a real try-hard game, as they are supposed to be, so that you can learn. But we are already 8 villagers behind, despite the fact that there are no, like at this stage, there are no bonuses that would make it really clear for them. So I think the messy start against an opponent who has a clue, or at least an like idea how they want to play the game, made it very difficult for us. So we already have 14 villager difference, and it could be that they were just relying on the score and decided that okay, we don't need no military. Like if the player plays like this, then we don't need much. They didn't find their sheep. Will they find our... Oh, they would have probably lamed those if they did. But could have been like a nice fun little game. Like let's see how far we can get without building additional units. And now there are 17 villages ahead already. I don't know if they like also scouted that there are very little action. This is archery range, there was barracks on the other side. Well, this was a bit like this parents against childs or kids or children game, where I felt that we didn't really know what we are doing, and if only our opponent has a clue, then like based on the farm numbers they haven't seen those yet. We are doing this long distance hunting and everything. That's not something that you often want to do, and they already have like 23 people on food, and that's all on... No, they have 7 on berry bushes, yes. But still means that they have 16 farms and we only have 1, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a different way to play the game. 20 difference in villager numbers, 3000 difference in resources collected. One of those games that it would be nice to be able to play again and again a few rounds, just to try to get an idea of how to play this. If we have 2000 at start. I don't know if there ever was a game I played, even... Was there this... was the Budapest map on the early release around 2099 or so? Perhaps? At least it would make sense that there was this clever different type of map as well, but I don't remember that I would have ever played that, or perhaps there were some campaign missions that had setups like that, but it's very hard to clock yourself on those. But now, so eco kills are 4-0, but and they were forced to create this castle here to protect against the feudal archers, but I don't know if that was too intentional. They still have idle TC time of only 7 minutes, whereas we have 20 minutes already, and counting. Like all those small things like clicking up on 1000 and then forgetting to produce from another. That sounds like a like this very chaotic and relaxed and laid-back tournament game that some pro might play. That. All right, yes. I was supposed to queue villagers. I just forgot that I had 2000ers, and they would have a great laugh about it. But now I don't know if they really had, like, since the only push that they had seen from us so far was few archers, like the initial scouts, and then few archers without upgrades, then it would make sense that they don't prepare too much. But this is a really nice way that they have managed to, like, worker efficiency is high, and could be also that farms help in that sense, that even if hunting can be faster, and I didn't have a very good eco, so we were lacking wood to actually create all those farms, but it would have been like it would have saved us from idle time. We are going to have plenty of that as the game progresses. We already have had a few minutes of idle time, and the worker efficiency hasn't been too great at all times, but especially soon when there's actually we have long distance food cutting, since some buildings have been well cancelled after the initial thought has been planted to our villagers, and now even if we are just 40 villagers behind, the situation is so bad that we would need to have a plan in order to get back to the game, be it like anything like siege elephant push or something that we could try to do like enough damage with, because now this is sort of like I'd compare this to playing against a very passive AI, because we didn't really test our opponent. There was town bell and all, like I think we had the chance to throw our opponent off their balance, at least for a while or a little bit, but the little curveballs that we were able to throw weren't too impressive, and now they're just playing this booming game, even if they have 30 head military, as we also almost have, but we have like 2 units of every type, and we still haven't made our way to the Imperial Age. And perhaps that, like, they attack our starting town center and see that we have 8 or so farms under that, and that's perhaps telling that, okay, well, the score isn't lying too much. That this could have been just boom to GG, in a sense that around this time we could have just called the game. But okay, well, perhaps we don't have what it takes to win the game. Hopefully they had quality time building their towns, and this is still like, this seems like a very careful, if not scared, play. There's a slowly adjusting, building more castles to protect the eco, so there should be no raiding possibilities, and then advancing like ever so slowly. And now here's the first proper engagement that we were in the end able to win, but taking huge losses, killing our own spearmen, and we are already behind in quality here. Like, we don't have the upgrades, we are not utilizing our army too much, and then we lost more value than they did. And then we have this advancing army that just throws themselves to the castles. Perhaps if we had castles here and were able to to get to the Imperial... Why did they destroy that castle? By accident? about to kill villagers perhaps, and then there were some idle. Alright, so there was an idle villager. Now, something worth noticing if you ever do this superior boom, get to thousands of resources, and then start to kill your unnecessary villagers. If some villagers are garrisoned, then your idle villager keyword or shortcut will take you to that building. So while they are pressing idle villagers and delete, it just so happens that thanks to this raid, like if I had what it takes to clip this, then this, like how to destroy a castle with just 6 skirmishers and 5 elephant archers, then this would be how it's done. So first of all, it would make sense to try to reach the castle right before or right after its foundation is finished, and then hope that your opponent is in a position where they are finished with their boom and are preparing to switch to this full army mode and are going through their idle villages without paying too much attention, thus destroying the castle. And now we have a free path to their very important gold mine in the back of the map. I don't know if these are going to be killed soon too. Would make sense at least. Our HP generation didn't help too much since we weren't able to secure or run away to safety with these elephants. So even though they are very slowly regenerating, those hits are still too painful for them to tolerate. Okay, and here we have this pile of bodies. Right. So this was like a very good practice game, hopefully for HavanaRum 2. And goes to show that if we are to win games on post-imperial age, then we would really benefit from learning how to play with this 200 population style that HavanaRum was able to pull off, for example. So here we are holding, we are still, even after all the villages, some of the villages are killed and the castles destroyed and whatnot, we are still behind in villager numbers, and we are far from getting to the population limit. So perhaps it would make sense to try to get to 200 population at any cost, and then trying to think what to do. They are in the 5,000ers right now, whereas we have but 4, 3 here, 1 there, and there's very little resistance at this stage. Like, of course they should, if they haven't realized that earlier, they should know that they had the tools to finish the game half an hour earlier. But they're just too focused on their build up to actually make that happen. But there was no auto scouting, or they weren't just interested in getting the relics after they had. They didn't have a relic, so what happened to that? Like, was... Did they ever... Hold on. Why did I think that they collected relics if they didn't? Well, goes to show the roughness of the day. a sudden we have lost the 40 or so villages that we are. But even like if we had the this castle was built. Well done, villagers. Like if we could have focused enough, we could have created. Okay, so they ran out of gold because they didn't utilize this. So all I had to do was withstand this this push of theirs, and then that would have been a game for us because we still had some gold in the back of our map that we didn't utilize. As did they, but okay, so they deleted those units before they were converted. Makes sense because we were able to convert the villages there. Yes, so I just thought that they had a monastery, but still, perhaps this will come to me in the next good night's sleep. The reason why I thought that there was a relic and then it wasn't. Right. But a very weird game. Thanks for that. And back we go. Although I forgot to check all the important statistics again. But perhaps it's enough to see that we were a bit overwhelmed by the complexity of the map. MegaRandom, we used to be friends, but you are making it harder and harder each passing day. Alright, short break and then I hope I'll still have it to try one more time, but let's see what is the actual outcome. But thanks for sticking by, and I'll be back in a second. Alright, people, 15 seconds have passed, and it's time to continue with our attempt to reach ever heightened levels of the ranked ladder, despite all the hardship that we may face on our journey there. Now luckily we get to play arena, so we will have now the chance to try what Zura taught us just a few hours ago. At least this is going to be a somewhat more peaceful. Ooh, nice eco. So Sicilians against Bohemians. For some reason people don't have this boar all too often. Ooh, and now we can try this. So your mission is to do this, and your mission is to do this, and then that. Okay. So where are the deer? We're gonna utilize you to check that. You can check that, and then your mission is to check what's outside. Okay, so the deer are there. Now we are running out of sheep. Oh no, this is a grave mistake. Okay. Well, this is not the most cleverest way to play the game, but this is one of the ways. So, of course, all the herdables and the deer were right next to each other, and now we are forced to do the loom too. Na 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 na. And our the way to approach this in a bit one might perhaps say a greedy fashion cost us a lot of idle time along with the premature loom. So even though the house building trick might work, it might work wonders, it's still possible that we might be in slight advantage in this matchup. Is that? Okay, we were supposed to send some people to collect wood as well. And then we would enjoy if we had. Alright, sheep didn't do too well. If we had a boar, that would be nice, but we are now forced to utilize this source of food instead. Right, okay, and then another round while we are at it. And then let's see if we still have enough time to get back to the safety of the walls before opponent sends their. Oh no, what is this lag? Have we had this many villagers? Oh no, I just misclicked, right, makes sense, okay. Just wondering. Okay, the back wood is quite nice. One more round. We can come back to the safety. This is not... No, we didn't need mining camp, but we needed a mill. Well, you live, you learn. If only we had a market. And we also need a house, and we are blocking our woodcutters here. You can help with the berries. Okay, well, things are still going to go somehow, even if this is not the best way to play the game. You go there, you fetch the boar, and we will do the math of stream while practicing for the next round. Why did we kill 2 sheep? Okay. You kill this and that, and they carry on with those. Yes. Now where is our opponent? Did we already say good luck, have fun? It's never too late. 9 minutes in, and this is the first moment when we had any free time to... Oh no. Okay, and it's going to have to be an extra villager. So that's what happens when you send too many people on code, for example. Thank you, TWRCH, for your good luck, have fun E as well. Up we go. And now we have a plenty of... Perhaps we could try to make the surprise archer play. Bohemians, they might want to play this. There's already a house as a part of the wall. Well, perhaps we will only spare one. Let's see. We hardly have enough sources of food at our disposal. Alright, let's patrol a bit. There's their scout. Oopsie. Oh no 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 no. Okay, well, we are going to have to kill that since we are not able to. Stop them in any other way. Key people to help with the wood cutting. Perhaps we should have sent more people to berry bushes too. Market would be nice. Let's see if we are able to keep that alive. One scout, one spearman there, not part of the build. Something that we would like to do. And then we will need some more wood to get the blacksmith as soon as possible. Right. And then we are ready to go soon. Here's the scout. Alright, and the castle age we go. We were supposed to do that earlier, but we will do it now. Since it's never too late, you know. More wood, more people on cold would be nice. We'll do it soon. And we only have one archer range here. And now that they have checked, we might have a chance to walk back to the safety. Let's see. Let's see if that's the case. Well, their castle age is not too much faster than ours, but still. Oh, and we were supposed to only create a few farms because we didn't want to do the additional. Okay. Oops. Well, we got one villager down. Here's a castle from them. We can do this a bit later, perhaps. So we know that they don't have too many defenses at their home, but we will want to get stone, and sadly this is the best stone that we have at our disposal. So it's going to be a tricky game again. No? Okay. Houses. So they're going to create those wagons, I presume. And then rush us with them. But let's see if they have their defenses set in place. Few extra archers and then the crossbowman upgrade. Why not? And then perhaps with the dungeon play we could try to make something happen. 5 archers, thank you very much. And then in we go. Oops. That's what we were supposed to do. But it's quite likely that they have already secured their base against an aggression such as this. Let's see. Then again, it might also be that they haven't. Now, all we need is ballistics. Alright, so this might just work. So more archers are needed. And let's see what we have available for us. More wood would be nice. So if they have their wagons, they will probably need to call them back now, right? 3,000ers. good. Upgrade would be nice. And then run away we do. And let's see if we have a chance to make additional dent to their ecos. Alright, and then you run here. Or you try to hide here. And more woodcutters. This is very all-in push, as you may have noticed by the fact that we still only have one town center, for example. A monk down, very good. And then we could try to prepare for anything. Basically, let's see if we have a chance to build a dungeon here. It's a very important place to have some resources. Because now they have been practicing this. They have been building their ecos for quite some time now. And do we have enough for a castle? Not necessarily, no. Let's see. This dungeon wasn't too required. We didn't need it right there, right at this stage, but it's still, of course, a very good one. Their castle is there, so let's build this next one there. And try to get closer to their resources if possible. Dun 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 dun. Manuel, perhaps. Could be fun. Ballistics, yes, that's what we were hoping for ions ago. Oops. We should be able to outrange those. Now if only we had ballistics. Alright, and then we can carry on, but now we would like to get to the Imperial Age faster than we are progressing as of yet. And for that we will need a market, few houses, and oops, surgeons, yes. Now do we still have, let's have a monastery as soon as we can afford one. That's a very good place for such. And then we will need some more gold. Ooh, a forward castle of their own. Okay. Let's just late to react to that. Ooh, we will need this tower. No, be fast. How could I forget that we had such an instrument at our disposal, and that was like our whole game plan was built on the fact that we have. Off we go and try to kill those people, please. Ooh, and that's their imp. Okay, let's run. That's too bad for us, for now. And now all we have to do is sell some wood, click up, and then more farms. And then we will need masonry to get us some extra time. And few extra surgeons, if possible. Well, let's try to do this. B, okay. Let's make it a bit more aggressive too. Ooh, can't they hit us through the corner? I didn't realize that. Well, that doesn't matter, we can always fix the castle if need be. Always, you see. Might have been a mistake to create one at this position. Let's see. In you go. And over you go. And then you destroy that, and you destroy those. It's a good way to spend your time, and away you run. And it's down. Well done. And we still managed to make a dent. Okay, very good. Now we should think what to do next. Ooh, there's another castle from them. Okay, so our only weakness is that we don't have too much of defenses as of yet. There's a trebuchet, right? So time to check what we can actually do. Well, perhaps we are just going to try to produce some onagers. And some odd units of various sorts. Oops. And skirmishers, because we are always neglecting those neat units. Okay, so they should spend some time working on that, and then we could try to produce some units while waiting. But there is a real chance that our push wasn't enough to throw them off again, and then if that is the case, then we might be a bit late trying to get a foothold. But let's see. We were able to get one relic, so that's something. And the skirmishers will come into play soon. because we have learned that they are very good units to have. And also we would very much enjoy having an additional castle, so we could produce some trebuchets from those, but sadly that was not to be. Ooh, siege onager. Perhaps one day. But today is not the day. But we could try to produce some onagers. But I think it's quite likely that our opponent is having a slightly better boom that we can throw at their way. And if that is the case, then more gold, why not? And this is going to be a rather difficult game indeed. So a castle there just to get some trebuchets if we ever have a chance to compete. But since we are already behind in, perhaps some rams would be nice, but this building won't last for too long. Well, we didn't even mean to produce from there. We still don't have too many units, so it could be that that's our demise. Yet again, extra armor. Ooh, 5 surgeons from each town center. Perhaps we should have an extra one then. If we can afford one. Combat cannons? Like these people, they just dare. But we're also lacking the upgrades. Oh, please shoot. Okay, well, we will have a chance to shoot again later on. And here they are just dancing around. This is looking really grim. Only 3000 score difference, but it may be that our play wasn't exactly what was required for this time and date to fight against as good an opponent as we now faced. But well, we can still use a few extra onager shots just to give this sense of battle. Range would have helped. But well, GG, well played. And perhaps, as Zura mentioned earlier when we discussed the strategies, the army that we had, so 5 archers or so, wasn't really, it was really good, but it was really not powerful enough to cause too much trouble. Instead, if we had the archers on the field when they started building the castle, we could have perhaps prevented that from happening. But we were really late to boom, and I think we could have tried to out boom by focusing more on that instead of trying to do this forward castle add-on. But really nice back base we had. Didn't utilize it too much, but still. And perhaps a bit sloppy start. You can tell by the idle TC time growing. Luckily only 17 seconds were wasted, but we didn't need this gold, but it's of course ooh, so they started collecting stone already here at 20 villages. And it's like they have cruised their way, presumably, to this stage. And they just... Okay, so they saw the villager, but they didn't notice that. Okay, so I was lucky in a sense that they were patrolling and just scouting all the areas of the map, and they just slightly missed that. So now I had this archery range and couple of archers, and that would have been enough to slow this castle down if I had them like actively on the map, if I was utilizing the army. That's something that might take some time to learn, but could have helped here. Are we in the wrong view? Well, here I was thinking everything was fine, and now that I'm thinking nothing was fine. But, well, some of the things weren't perfect. So that's the state of the game we are having here. Perhaps it shows on the performance during the games as well. So we weren't really able to pull off the Zura's siege tower rush, but we got the town bell rang effect. And now if we had just one monk, but we do need to be able to convert siege units, right? But like we didn't, since these are very costly units, like if we had the second batch of archers here already, the army numbers are still very much in our favor. We could have sent the spearmen that we had there, and the second batch could already be there. We also had enough wood to actually try the 2 archer range approach. So perhaps we should try to perfect that one, or at least give it a try and see if we would be able to make more happen with that. Because now they have just two Hussite wagons, well, thirds on the way. Our archers with this micro can't fight them. Of course, this like not every civilization gets something like this, but and we also we only have this one armor. But had these archers been here a couple of minutes earlier, this boom wouldn't have been as efficient, because now they already have this 12 villager lead, even though we have had been able to kill 7 of their units. So, or 7 of their villagers. So if we had played this with a more efficiency and with less idling, perhaps if we didn't utilize, like if we didn't create this second archer range, but got a second town center and actually produced units, like this might be enough of damage. 350 food. Well, okay, so the best result that we got from this was map presence. So even though they had this, well, this is a guesswork now, but I expected that they would have sent just like one by one these Hussite wagons to take map presence and start harassing our walls. Now that didn't happen because they were expecting something more and felt vulnerable. Perhaps. Could be that this is the game plan, to build a castle outside your walls and then gather your troops inside. Perhaps that's the play, just to get more lead. And we got a bit unlucky in a way that the castle was built so close to the units that they automatically reacted to that. And this Mangonel micro wasn't the greatest, but we did very good with the circumstances. And now we were just lacking ballistics. But the follow-up was missing. Like, if we had enough stone for a second castle right away. But they are soon now clicking to imp. But if we could have enough presence to... Because now they are back to just 4 Hussite wagons and more on the way. But in a way this was working surprisingly well. So if we had better eco behind this, like better macro, so we had a clue what to do, would be the first thing, like where to focus. We had few surgeons, we didn't utilize those basically at all. And they were booming in the safety, while we had this like weak all-in play. We didn't do much damage, we didn't give them too much pressure, and they were able to just carry on with their macro play, carry on as intended. Perhaps this castle, in an ideal case, they would have pressurized with these units that they had produced. They would be on the walls, and this would be the like breaching through the walls castle. But don't know, I haven't played Twrch before. Don't know what's the meta for Bohemians, if this was following an approach like that. But in any case, since they are booming and we are not really doing too much, like perhaps dropping villagers over the wall and trying to do these dungeons would have made sense, like right after the archers, having few villagers, even like the single villager, since we had this tool at our disposal. I don't know why I didn't think of that, because then having surgeons that we could create from the dungeon, we were scouting the map because I forgot about the presence of this siege tower as well. That's how clearly we are thinking, but that's what we are here to learn. But we are very behind in eco, so that like without a major game plan, like how to contest Bohemians when they have had a chance to boom to 100 villagers and are like this. They didn't need to do this, but I'm glad that they took us very seriously, this threat that we were posing. But like we could have built this dungeon here inside the walls, then carried on with the surgeon rush, so that we would have been able to harass their eco. So that was the like missed opportunity now that we got to play Sicilians on arena. But perhaps that's something that we could try next time. I don't know if that's a very general thing that people usually do, like dungeon rush or something, and that's why they were preparing for like defensive castles to be able to dodge those dungeons. Perhaps that is the case, but the way like the passiveness in the way Twrch is playing this gives me this sense that we could have had a chance with a better macro, like from the get-go. So not today, not in a week, but against an opponent that plays like this, we should be able to get the skills at the level where we would be able to play better in this better offensive and also better defensively, because even now that they have 60 head army, we are still floating 2000 food. Like we could do anything. Like it needs this execution, of course, the skills to execute well, think clearly, and try to make something happen. But we were given minutes and minutes of time to, for example, try to get to 150 villagers and try to just get huge amount of resources. That okay, well, our opponent has been booming, but perhaps there's a chance that if we overboom like Doubt would do with 5 TCs, given that they have been slow to push against us, then perhaps we could try to overcome them with 100 head army once they finally approach our walls. But instead of having 50 extra villagers, we are floating the food. So like those sort of things feel like something that we could be able to improve with relative ease, but of course, like getting the idea quite late after watching a recording is a very different thing than trying to remember that and being able to execute that in the heat of the moment when there are no clear plans, and you should be able to just use your brain system 1, as Daniel Kahneman, the late Kahneman, not invented but investigated, but told people about in this Thinking Fast and Slow book of his, that we should have this intuition that okay, well, now we are closing the phase where this offense of ours can do much more for us, and it's time to move back to this macro build-up mode if we are to have a chance in this in the game, instead of doing this sort of halfway approach of doing some units, building some town centers, queuing few villagers here and there, thinking whether there might be a unit that we could try to use, and then having 2 siege workshops producing onagers that we then not very well micro to their deaths. Alright, but the good learning experience, as usually is the case. Practicing the arena meta. So in the end we got close with the villager numbers, but but yeah, they have already killed a few. Is that correct? APM very good, but Eco kills deaths. Okay, so we were able to kill 90 villagers in total due to the castles and all, but oh yeah, because there was this stone mining project here where they lost villagers. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so we were still like slowly reaching villager numbers, but that was just way too slow to actually work for our advantage. And we, even if we had 130 villagers gathering resources for us, then what would we do with those would be the next question. It's nice that we have resources, but so what? Okay, let's try one more time to close the very weird day in a suitable fashion. Zura, hey Sankari, had a chance to play on Arena. Yes, actually we just did, and we played Sicilians against Bohemians. In the end we lost. Like if you just arrived, you missed the recording by a few seconds. But the good news was that despite the very weird, not suitable build that we tried to apply, no, there was nothing wrong with the build that we tried to apply, but the way we actually played, it didn't really work too well, but we got to surprise our opponent with this siege tower, 5 archers drop, and then that's very tempting, like because Zura says you got to try with Ethiopia now. Yes, that's very tempting, but then again I've always played random, and I like the last few games I felt really out of the place, like so trying to follow a clear guide is not something that I'm going to pull off today at this hour. Okay, well, luckily or not, we did get Spanish, but we are trying to improve on few things. Like that would have made a nice story, but hold on now. But as you can tell from the way, this is everything's too difficult right now. Now our saving grace is that our opponent also has a very similar situation going on for them. Because for example, in the last game we had like 11 or so people collecting food under the town center, and then I sent few of them to collect some wood because that's an important resource to have. And also just a while later, a few people I should have killed the ibex when I had a chance to. We had 3 on gold on Dark Age, just because it's very important. Like eventually, it's going to be very important resource. So, like playing like that gives me this impression that perhaps we aren't on the prime of our lives, or that we should start to look for different games. But luckily not every game always has been like that. But thanks for... oh no, now we are lacking the food and... well, yeah, okay, so in any case, the way the game played was that we could have utilize the siege tower and send more archers. First of all, create more archers, but then also send more archers. Have you been idle for over the walls after the first 5? But by then they had this castle already in front of their base. That still it didn't secure anything, but it was enough for them to get these wagons, Hussite wagons, with which to defend against the archer play. So I was able to kill some 7 villages perhaps before. That's boar, we don't want to mess with that. Before losing the let's scout a bit more. Before losing the archers, but by then, with the time given by our opponent, we could have also. We need a house, we need so many things. Right, so we could have also sent a few villages over the. And then berries, yes, it's going to be great. Over the walls to build a dungeon and then carry on with the push like that, since we had like civilization with which to enforce this early aggression. And I think that would have been a suitable way to give us some lead, or at least chance in the game against our opponent. Cause what ended up happening was that they were already quite much ahead in villager numbers, had 3,000ers that weren't idle all the time, like my first and second later added, like a bit late added second 1,000 were, and then the archers that I managed to get over the walls were late to the action, because then they had a few Hussite wagons already in place. So 5 there, could have more on wood, too many here. Zura, alright, well, if you insist on going random, I'll see if I can fine tune a build with Civ that doesn't have strong eco bonus for it. I will highly encourage you to do that, because then I will run out of I will very fast run out of excuse. Like, yes, like, but perhaps you can tell sometimes that like plays like this, like I'm not too well focused. We have this second boar here. Perhaps we could try to utilize that. Might make sense in some universe. So somehow we are managing, but this is a very terrible. Like, what's her agenda here? Yes. So, despite all the inspiration, I don't feel that we had too much like skills today to make the place work. At least not as of yet. But nobody expects Spanish archers, so that's what we are going to hope works for our advantage this time. We shouldn't probably send. Okay, well, we can try to use you, but we are still a bit late to scouting. This has been a very sad day to all of our fans. Well, of course, it depends on what they want to see, but learning we have done, but it has come with a price, and the price has been deep or high. But if you can come up with more advanced. Oh no. And we don't have loom. So we should be able to kill one if we are fast enough. But then... Okay, well, next time. So it's very important to spend some resources on technology such as loom, because those can save your lives. Or the villagers' lives, but still, like, you know. And now we are trying to save some extra resources by not investing to this axe, for example. And dun 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 dun, tra la 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 la. Where is the... So I'm thinking that due to the very long and demanding day, my brain capacity may have decreased just a bit. So that instead of being able to think, oh no. Well, this is a bit sad situation to be in, but we can get some, like, few farms just to... This is why we need a market, Doubt would say. So whenever we need to think, okay, let's do loom and then go up. The power to do so isn't right there for us to utilize, and then what happens is that, okay, well, we almost could have clicked up before they reached Castle 8, so it's not too shabby. But we are lacking the building. Alright, because... yes. 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 Well, no worries. We will get there. And this is why you need a build order, so you don't have to think. Okay, there's relic right next to that, so there are 2 relics. Ooh. So we are a bit behind in numbers, and in very many other ways as well. But let's see if there's something we can still try to make happen. And this time we didn't lose any villagers to boars, so that's good. We didn't lose any boars. So very many good things. But how was your run? And are you already preparing yourself for the... Oh no, I didn't even realize that we are against Incas. Well, this is going to make things a bit more hard. But we will just have to trust ourselves and the process that we are having. But are you preparing to compete on the ladder and beat some people on arena, proving that this build really actually works really great? Or are you doing the wise decision and saving your strength for the next occasion? So the thing we could try to do now, since this has been discovered by chance, is that we could try to use the Spanish. There's a chance that it's not enough to have Spanish archers. And they are decreasing in quality as we go further and further. But on the other hand, we have very much committed to this. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Goodbye. And this wasn't as swift a death as I was hoping for. Yes, Spanish is the only civilization, right, that don't get crossbow, which is exactly the reason why nobody expects Spanish archers. And what we can still try to do, unless those evil, oh no, opponents of ours play well enough, is to try to get to their eco and make some damage happen. But then again, they Incan villagers get this extra, or they benefit from the armor upgrades. So there's a chance that that this isn't as deadly as it could otherwise well be. So we have few farms that should be enough. Oh no. Well, this is a relatively good combination against. Oh no 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 no! Don't you look now. Run. Ah, okay. Well, there are some. The pieces are perhaps falling out of place here and there, but we just have to believe that we still have what it takes. Few extra archers, why not? Because they are playing. Oh, okay. Well, this is going to be good. Then suddenly we will get a castle on our face, but ta-da! Now all we need is ballistics. Oops. Well, some micro would be good too. Because I thought I was controlling all of them. I wasn't. Some idle time, very good. Some villagers to wall us in, or to prevent any additional attacks. Oh, wrong unit. Run! Okay. Ah, but this is like better than I expected. This is how they are going to lose at least a few villagers. So that's good. Or some villager time. Probably. If only this archer would hit. But well, there's time and place for everything, and this is still going to be a really fun game. That's the hope we have. Okay, so it's time to adjust our plan because we need a thumb ring. One more time you can do it. Okay. Run! Okay. And now it's your mission to finish the villager. Alright. Now, in the previous game we learned that if our opponent gives us some time to play around, we should try to boom them with very clever, outboom them with very clever tactics. Now, we are lacking the wood to actually create market, for example, and we haven't been producing since we only have 8 farms. Okay. So we are going to have perhaps some setbacks. It's time for you to come back home if you can manage that. And then we will prepare for the eagles by creating huge amount of knights eventually. That's the plan. So one more town center, of course, and then we can just hope that Udalov is focusing on the wrong things. All this lagging is really, it's really scary. So we need more people on farms. Like 15,000 people or so. Oh, but what do you say? So Zura, not today. So not today, referring to this ranked siege tower trickery play. I played earlier with friends though, some nice team games. Won 2, lost 1. Okay, well that's nice. So, and that was presumably on ranked ladder as well. So you're going to get housed soon. That's a good problem to have. So you are playing competitively on team games too, even if team games of course are a bit, I've understood, usually more relaxed and laid back than 1 versus 1s. But still, a good result, since the only team games we have played with friends so far have ended up more badly, I'm afraid. This farm placement is really good. But this is our only lumber camp, so I don't want to destroy that because we are going to need this. Okay, now this is good thinking. And Ella Pepper 90, hey, how you doing? Thanks for asking and thanks for dropping by. We are practicing how to overcome the difficulties of early. Okay, well, monks convert faster could be something that we will utilize later. So we had a very great game plan utilizing siege tower and Spanish archers, and since that failed, or like we managed to do very much damage, so that's very good. But now we are trying to recover from all that, because all that we have going for us is the missionaries. Yes. Okay. So we will try to get back to the game by utilizing the. Okay, well, why not? Utilizing the clown tactics, but we will need more monasteries to make that work. Let's see. And Ella continues, how's your day going? And nice. And thanks for asking. So far we have had games like this, which is a terrible way to play the game, or terrible way to spend your time if you are not enjoying this as a learning experience. But luckily we are. But how would we like to proceed from here? We don't really care about this castle because we got the research already. We don't need more stone, so we can just retreat. Why not? So how about you, Ella? How are you doing? Like, enjoying the life as it. We don't need conversion resistance necessarily. Perhaps later we do, if we ever get to. Oh yeah, we already had that. But let's see. And this is full focus mode, as you can tell, because the question was about to be how did you stumble across here? Of all the places in the world, Ella, I see. Yes. But this is a situation where we have found ourselves quite often now, and I also realized that we never clicked to Imperial Age so far, and that means that since our opponent has been able to collect all the relics and they are pushing us with their forces, this might end up badly for us. despite the fact that we have very clever game plan with which we are trying to recover. No, we don't want this. We will want to slow the push. Oh no. But we are too late, especially with this sort of clone micro that we are having. Then again, like every conversion counts and all that, but it might be that this is very close to GG for multiple reasons, one being the 5k score difference. Well played. And this goes to show that even the best tactics can still... Thank you, Udalov, for the well played. If only they knew that this is the best we could. But that means so much. So, what we got here was some nice reaction from them. So, utilizing the villagers to fight the siege tower. So Udalov said nice strat and laughed to my attempt. Thanks, might take some fine tuning was my reply, and he, or I assume, but they replied yep. And this is the important part. But if you ever see Zura AOE playing that, well, that's a different story. To which he replied, who's that? A friend of mine. You can check him out on Twitch. But don't worry if you don't know him yet. I didn't some time ago either. Well played, and thanks for the chat. Hope to meet again soon. So Ella, my day is doing pretty well. I completed 3 projects. 2 are logos and 1 is 3D animation. Completing 3 projects in a day, or at least finishing them, that's something that I can only dream of doing. So kudos to you and well done. And Udalov comments, see ya. Now, of course, the risk is that they are going to carry on with their ELO gathering and we will be left behind. But that's where we are placing our hope. Because this reminded me of the first arena games we played 2 weeks ago, now 3 weeks ago perhaps. That we were just focusing on doing our thing, and then we got crushed. And this was pretty much a replay of that sort of play, that we have ideas, but then the boars do their magic and the sheep are lost, and people wait idly under the TC and in the nearby forests, and then we will play a few tricks and then lose. But still. So Ella, in a week, but I finalized it today. You wanna see my work? Well, does no harm. So if you want to share, then please, of course, do. You've seen my work, so, and it's right there on the screen. So it's only fair that I try to witness the masterpieces that other people are producing. Fun note, I was supposed to share this story about this surprises, this aspect of surprises, since Zura was able to surprised me earlier by telling that he had recorded this build that we could try to follow with Ethiopians that we started the stream with. And then that was very well timed, because it was inspirational to witness someone doing their work. That refers to UL as well. And I realized that the reason I enjoy Age of Empires over chess, for example, is because it has this chance to surprise us. Oh, well, at least it has a chance to surprise me, as life in general has a chance to do. Chess sometimes surprises me, but it's usually because people do things that aren't, well, I'm not too good of chess player, so the surprises are positives in a, like, happy things happen by chance. But the fact, the reason I enjoy Age of Empires is because it can surprise me in so many levels so easily, being such a dynamic and hidden game. And that's also something that I enjoy in life in general, because things can very easily be safe and secured and foreseeable, and I feel that shaking things up, perhaps not in a frightening or too confusing ways, is a really nice way to get more fun and perhaps laughter and happiness to one's life. So Zura was able to surprise me, and that was great. And these games surprised me all too often, like this MegaRandom match we had a few games ago, where we had 2 DC start, first time ever, which I didn't manage to pull off too well. Our opponent had 970 villagers at one stage of the game, while we were still struggling with 50 perhaps, as an example. But it was still nice, and that's something that chess doesn't do. It very rarely happens that someone has 2 queens or kings or something of that sort. Perhaps 2 rookies is within the possibilities. But in any case, largest army 6. We can do better, but perhaps not today. I presume it's time to call it quits. And so Ella, here's my Discord. Ella peppered me up. Will do. Thanks. And Zura, got some food and I've returned. I can see we lost, but opponent seems nice, just judging from chat. Yes, indeed. And I'm sad that you missed the fact that, well, you haven't missed it for eternity, since we can rephrase that. But after calling the game well played, for a reason, he complimented the strat, or they complimented the strat, and I let them into the secret that perhaps this build wasn't too perfectly executed right now. But if they have a chance to see Zura AOE playing, then that's a different story. So now we can only hope that you will get audience from this nice fellow of Udalov, but let's see what happens. But that's how the stories intertwine as time passes. Okay, but I'll have a quick a nice boom there. So I presume Udalov had a plan, as is usually the case, but that's also something that people might do based on the score. That, okay, well, and Zura, thanks for the shout out. Well deserved one. So thanks for being available and existing, so that shout outs like this can be given. Carry on. So what I'm interested in seeing is what our opponent did. Perhaps we can learn something from that, because now I'm still dreaming of having this. Okay, Ella, stir me up. I'll show you my work, which I have done for my previous clients. Yeah, and of course I can already say that I'm not a very good potential client due to the production values that I seek to do or seek to aim at. But like getting to know what people can do is, if you don't mind me wasting your time like that, then that's very very suitable thing. All right, but the thing I've been thinking about is this invisible score or score disabled, or just not toggling the score on by gentleman rules or general ladies rules. That how would games change if people didn't have an access to score? Because the Viper has sometimes mentioned that while explaining how people can tell the H click ups, for example, because the score drops when you spend the resources to click up. I haven't taught myself how to read the score in such a fashion, but for example that, and also that when you are making decisions that like you can tell if the opponent is scouting based on the score, or whether they are pushing deer, and that's something that, like, it may not make or break the game, but I think that it would be nicer if you had to see it for yourself, and if you had to guess the age upgrades. And I'm also, like, in the past I was sad that we got this this visible notification for age ups, because it would have been nicer to witness that from the architecture, but I'm not going that far. But I'm thinking that it would be nice to have some sort of like try to play out in some tournament, or just like fun small scale tryout. But like how the game would play differently if people didn't have access to this overall score, and because scouting would be more important, I was also thinking, and there are probably people who have thought about this, and this might have been solved problem already. I just haven't noticed that. I haven't witnessed this discussion as of yet, but if you do know something, then please do share. Was that instead of having this starting scout that people use to push deer, presumably most often, unless they are laming, it might be interesting to have 2 scouts, but then 2 scouting units, but not 2 scouts, because otherwise people would be more leaned towards playing with the starting units and then carrying on with the stable line or barracks if they are mesosives. So perhaps having something like scout and a skirmisher, because they are both feudal age units, and skirmishers don't do damage, but they have some vision and they can still harass villages, for example, or they can lame if you want to do that. It would be interesting to see what pro players could do if they have these 3 villages start, but 2 scouting units that are still, unlike the horse that some maps have, MegaRandom and Hans get on Nomad, that they are still able to interact with other units using, like, forcing of producing damage. So if they didn't have access to score, would they have time and interest in scouting the opponent, seeing whether they are pushing the deer, for example, with their skirmisher, presumably, just to be safe against the scout of the other player, or whether they could even try to make something happen with that combination of units that doesn't itself produce too much damage, but doesn't have to be skirmisher, of course, could be spearman or anything. But it would be interesting to see if that would give some more life to Dark Age. If you had the tools, so the extra unit with which to not only push deer, of course people would just push 2 deer patches at the same time or something, but there would be a chance to use the other unit to scout and try to see what playstyle the opponent is approaching with, and also deduce from that information when they are clicking up, when they have the buildings in place, and whether that would change the game, because it wouldn't necessarily change the game, and it wouldn't necessarily change the game for better, because right now from the score, or from the last game that we are going to see in just a second, we could tell that our opponent knows how to play the game, because they have double the score and over 5,000 score lead. If we didn't have the score, I could keep on dreaming that perhaps if we just withstand this push somehow, then we might have a chance. So there's a chance that opponents can tell right away that, okay, well, the score defense tells it's GG time. But every now and then there are tournament games where people, after the game is over, they are surprised by the fact that their opponent was 1 TC only, for example. That, okay, well then if only I knew that we were this close in villages, I could have utilized the late game advantages of my civilization. So perhaps that was a bit premature resign. So it would be nice to see whether those things wouldn't happen, or whether people would resign for wrong reasons, that they don't know the score, but they see that their opponent has a couple of town centers and few castles, that, okay, well, this is impenetrable, and they probably have thousands of villages. Then they resign and see that the score difference is 5,000 in their favor. That it would be interesting to see whether the professionals can, or at least more capable players than me, can read the map and read the opponent's play to a degree that they would still resign approximately at the same times as they do with the scores. It would be a nice experiment, is what I'm thinking. And the additional scouting unit is just for the sake of shaking things up, but it's not like I could utilize that, so it's not necessarily needed. But that's a very important thing that I wanted to share, so thanks for listening. So fast castle, 14 minutes and 50 seconds, or a little less. 3 villager lead because we lost one to a wolf due to the lack of loom, and perhaps a bit poor scouting on not checking where those units were. There's monastery right away to get the monk out as soon as possible. Like, this play could probably be adjusted to also just harass these units that are trying to gather relics. Because why not? These are like, I don't think, well, Udalov was 30 behind, or well, 25 behind in Elo. So this is like very daring thing to do, to move out with your monk when your opponent has a scout on the field and your own scouting unit is far away. Like, that should have been a monk kill had I played it. No! Mic issue? Okay. But is it better now? Let's verify. Du-du-dun. Tra-la-la. Okay. Well, the good news is that I also have a second audio interface to spare, so we can check whether that helps. Now that this one doesn't really cut it, and I don't see clear explanation why this still continues. But thank you, Zura, for letting me know again. So the last stream that we had a couple of days ago wasn't it went very well, but it gave me this false sense of progress, and actually we haven't fixed the mic issue. Dun dun dun. But thanks for letting me know. The chat issue perhaps is on a better level, so give me a couple of weeks and perhaps we will get the streaming technicalities to a good position or to a good level, and then we can carry on focusing on the gameplay issues. But this is also like something that I could have scouted, noticed during the game, is that they have a really terrible map for arena. So this is the only safe food line that they have. This is really easily wallable, of course, but it's still something that isn't there yet. So if I had few archers here harassing this extension or expansion, then udalov would have been really in a tough spot. Like if we were able to get map control in a fashion that the Spanish usually play the map. So start collecting stone during the Dark Age, and then once we get to Castle Age, drop a castle right next to our opponent, and then play with the conquistadors, apply pressure, collect relics, so forth. Udalov would have really tough time trying to boom if we apply the pressure like that. Castle here, second here, just for the sake of it, or a tower or something. A few conquistadors just watching that nobody escapes, and this would have been a really tough game, if not for any other reason, but because of the lack of space, because that there aren't too many tiles for building a town center, adding farms, adding production buildings of any sort. So that's something that, since I had scouted this, the perimeters of their walls, I could have deduced that there can't be too much forest. They could have forest like this, but it's unlikely, and even if they were playing the long game, they would run out of food, and then after that they would also run out of food once the farms were depleted. Alright, I forgot to ask how long the mic issue was on. Like, did I ramble all my great ideas for in vain? But keeping some sort of vision on the clock might be difficult during inaudible times, as keeping tab on clock is hard while playing a video game. So I understand if you don't necessarily know the answer to the question. I can always check the stream later on. But in comparison, we have a really good map, I would say, for trying to pull off something like that. And now, since we are late with the aggression, they have had a chance to wall off the extension of their base. And but I don't see, like, even after witnessing the Archerians, I don't think they did too much, if anything. It's just well, now they are adding squires, so perhaps that's something that they wouldn't have done at that hour if they didn't have to. I don't know for sure, of course. But this is a really tough game. Like, no matter how the siege tower push went, they have double the eco in villager numbers already, due to some misplays here and there. Only almost 5 minutes of idle TC time, but the path to this has been one of a kind. We are floating 1200 gold that we have absolutely no need for, and we can't spend that because we don't have market. And it's only later when we realized that we could try to play monks, but then it still takes some it would still require some control capabilities from us to be able to play with the monks. So the clowns are cheered for their skills for a reason. So Udalov gets a free pass, I would say, even though we had this really neat aggression that forced this quick palisade gate and some idle eco time as well. So this panic caused some, so like this gave us a chance to get back to the game, but despite all the talking, we still failed to actually add enough town centers and enough villagers to the queue to be able to outboom Udalov. Now here are, like, they are able to get away with gold mining like this with only one mining camp, for example, and that's partially because of the bit slow approach that we had to the game. I'm not hesitant to admit, but still, it's nice that this could have been, like, they have half more score than we do, so 4000 score soon. We have a little less, 2.5 thousand ourselves. So this could have been a signal for some pro players, for example, that perhaps the game is theirs to lose, that they could very well build a forward castle wherever they felt like dropping one, just to finish the game earlier. No, finish the game, period. But instead they are choosing this moderately safe castle position just to secure the gold miners, get access to stone later on, and then starting the production buildings, expecting conquistadors, and not a bad presumption to make, especially since we had shown some archers before, and then taking it really slowly. Like, slowly may be the wrong word for that, but they have all the relics and they are still slowly extending their eco, like playing this in a safe fashion when they could have just dropped the castle first one here, and then soon after second one here, then ask for me to resign like the opponent a couple of games before in the double town center play game, MegaRandom game, did in a very polite fashion, of course. First time of our career, so it shall never be forgotten. But this is also, I would say, they play this in a fashion that the Viper, for example, preaches that all they have to do is think how not to lose. So the way to lose this is if by some magical move or play I manage to raid their ecos, show up with 20 conquistadors and kill all these gold miners, for example, and if something like that would happen, then that might be a way for me to get back to the game, even they may not play with the scores visible too, so they may not know how far ahead they are actually. But they should still have a clue that, okay, well, we have destroyed a handful of archers, a siege tower, a siege workshop. Our opponent has been constantly a couple of minutes behind in age up times, so they may not have too much going on for them. But it's still like, it's nice to see people taking precautions and playing it safely and in a correct fashion, when my initial feeling is that we are just waiting for the doomsday, and unless we are able to somehow stall the game long enough for us to get to 100 villagers, only lacking or short of 31 of those right now, we will have very little chances in this game. But this is like a solid build order when it comes to how to carry on playing after reaching castle age and fending off the early raid, for example. Planting farms, not all of them perfectly placed, but still very good, and utilizing the gold mines that you have here and there. 50 people on gold, and I'm starting to think that perhaps the compliment, like from the point of view of udalov, this is probably like is there something going on, or was that? And because the preparation is like okay, this very good opponent of ours probably has something planned, and that's why they are approaching this so defensively or securely. And then in comes the 23, 28 eagles. I have 3 monks chanting. 4th joins the party. A new castle and what? 15 farms, 17 farms. But okay, well, but that's the beauty of Age of Empires as well, that it can surprise both players, or all the players present. But take some time to adjust to this, I would say. Like it was still just a week or so ago when we managed to get to 130 villages ourselves. so that we got this really solid feeling boom going on. And today has not been the day when we are able to pull off something like that. But it's nice to see that people at this level, so around 900 elo, which I would have considered very low before reaching that and dropping below myself, are able to play a macro like this. Like, of course, they were really not harassed, so they can just choose 10 villagers to collect gold and then forget about that, and then suddenly there are idle villagers and we can order them to do whatever. So we played this really passively, but still they could have very well forgot to replace or renew their lumber camps, for example. But instead this was really solid play, that okay, let's play it well, even though it might be that our opponent is playing the first game of his career, which is not too far off, even if we have thousands of games single player, but still under our belt. And there are ways to play with monks, I think, but I don't know how to do that, because we could have afforded the like 20 more monks, and so I should have just queued them up. That would have helped. I don't like we have 5 monasteries and we only have 4 monks queued up at the height. And okay, so and also few those are Inquisition, but I'll have to check the. Oh, there you are. Okay, well, we will wait for the next one. This is very important. Dun 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 dun. Missionary, yes. So we only had a handful of missionaries and monks, despite the fact that we had 5 monasteries and 2000 gold and counting. So it would have been nice to even if we weren't able to and wouldn't have been able to micro all of the units, to have 20 or 30 religious people chanting or standing and healing each other under the protection of the castle. Because if we had been really good with our monk micro, then we suddenly would have had 10 to 20 eagles, with which not only to kill the eagles present, but also we would have been able to clean this up. Then the next wave would have come and we would have eventually lost, of course, due to the great eco that our opponent had. But still, this was a chance to practice that, and we didn't really get too far with the idea. Okay, but that would be the game as it's played in a day such as this. Might be the lowest military score that we have had in a while, but who keeps score? Army high 6, not bad on arena. But then again, we never got to Imperial Age, so then 6 is probably quite good. Only 60 behind in villages. Right. So the tactic asks for some additional fine-tunements, but perhaps it's more about the macro, like the early game macro, what to do with the units, how much should we scout with different units and like herdables and so forth. But I'm happy that we are still able to play like on competitive settings, even if the level is level is such that we are not offering too much resistance at times. I would think, but that's something that's going to change in the future days, because in the past we can change nothing. Right, but GG to udalov as well, and let's see if there's something else to do besides the wrap up. So day 16 achievements, and Ella, have you added me up? No, I haven't added you up yet. Sorry for the delay. So if there's nothing showing on your Discord, then that's probably because I haven't done anything yet. And hello. So the cat reminds all of us that there are other important things in life besides sharing your learning experiences, but we will still finalize this before we go. So Zura really friendly shared this clever arena build that we weren't able to follow to the fullest as of yet, but still we got inspiration to try to pull that sort of play off, and even though we failed, it still showed promise since we got nice chat, despite the fact that the Spanish archers weren't able to deal enough damage to force our opponent to resign. But it's like it might take some time, but eventually we will be facing an equal opponent of Elo 1, and when they see the siege tower and get surprised by its capabilities, they will surely resign. And Zura, I'll make one even better, and I'll try to consider your strengths and weaknesses on it, so it's not as much of a hassle as one I've sent. Okay, well, that sounds like coaching. Thank you very much. Strengths and weaknesses. Why indeed, yes. Because all of the people have both in some fashions. Right. So we can focus on improving, strengthening the weaknesses, and then overpowering our plays with the strengths, and overwhelming our opponent with the combination of those. Well, I'm curious to see what you can come up with. Thanks for the thought, and of course, if you manage to finish that project, then you are one more person to show that people can finish projects, and that's inspirational too. But don't worry, I'm not holding my breath. Especially since my strengths and weaknesses are changing constantly, as you can tell from the list of takes from previous days. Like this constantly evolves and changes, and like good luck trying to pinpoint a weakness or two from this full list. But sounds like a nice challenge, and I'm also waiting to see you trying to make that work against opponents of your level. It's fun to see whether there's whether it can be made to work in such a fashion that it wouldn't be a GG type of play, that either your opponent admits a defeat and resigns at 20-minute mark, or if they don't, then it's time for us to call GG because we have played this all in. like gimmicky play, and there's no way to come back after it failed, because it's it would be interesting to see whether there are some ways to come back after, like if something happens like my initial push, so that the archers are driven away, we only get some idle time and perhaps few villager kills, whether we are still able to produce enough damage and have such a good position on the map, for example, that we are able to collect the relics simultaneously or something, so that we can still get enough edge to get back to the game. Just verifying that we are still audible. It's all these nice animations that throw the system off. Okay, so we have played a few games on the ladder, and we are expecting to see more clever arena strategies, and I'm trying to learn those as well once I've woken up. Okay, we have focused on not wasting units somewhat. Yes, we haven't barely, like, we made very few units, so it was easy not to lose them. We have spent some resources, but as you could tell from the end of the last game, for example, we're not very well. We have tried the new quality of life farm placement thing, so I can now remove that. We have analyzed the games as we go, and we have been rejoicing despite losing 4-0, 5-0 today in total. This has been a really harsh day for us, and of course that was due to the map pool playing arena 2 or 3 times, and MegaRandom 2 town center starts, so the map pool that we got was not advantageous. Well, it didn't work for our advantage, so that's alright. You win some, you lose some. And up. Alright, well, we will have a discussion with the cat soon. And making and keeping friends along the way. That indeed has happened. Thank you all. And the takes from previous days. Stop and think, could skirmishes be the play here? We still have to practice that. It would be nice to be able to, like, not today, but a few days ago when we faced archers and spearmen and resorted to using cavalry against them, it would have made sense to create perhaps a few skirmishers, just in case, just to hard counter them both, and then add some damage dealing unit. So that's where this stems from, having few games where, like, later on I'm thinking that if our opponent only creates archers and skirmishers, then perhaps I could have created a few skirmishes of my own instead of just throwing swordmen or something at their way, or spearmen. But we have a few things to learn. Castle drops, indeed. This rock paper scissor play in general, and all that. And we have the mic issue still ongoing, so I'm going to have to return that to our list later on. But okay, now it's time to end the stream with a blast, perhaps. Let's see if I can make this work without breaking anything, because we have our very good cat friend. Wishing everyone a good night's sleep whenever you are at that stage in your lives that you give yourself a chance to sleep, and also he would like to say is that enjoy your lives for as long as it lasts, because people are like mice and they are best to have as breakfast. Right. And with that we are out. So have a good one, a start of a new day or end of the current one, however it happens to be around your premises and with your sleeping schedules, who knows, and we will be in touch in the nearest future. Bye all, and take care. That comes from both of us, as per our agreement of cohabitation and long-lasting friendship. Alright, bye bye.